Yo. No, I'm not sleepy. Good day to be sleepy. It doesn't look like shit's gonna happen. I don't know. I mean, downside support's kind of sucky still. I do think we're gonna mostly stay in this range, though. We could slip a little. Maybe like 15. Briefly. Probably won't get it. Way too eager to sell the fucking puts at 20, but... I don't know if I want to sell puts at fucking 15. Like, have you guys noticed that every night we keep selling off into Vega neutral by close? Or, like, closer to Vega neutral? Straight to 40 if we break 30. There's some resistance at 35. I don't know. It depends on what happens at the... There's, like, bot calls at the money right now. We'll see if they capitulate in any way, I guess. There's some bot puts coming in at 25. So a little bit of drag. Like support at like 63.27 would probably be kind of bullish. We might just grind up. I mean, I guess gamma's positive enough. Got VIX under 16. The market took your 0.08% implied moves seriously. What's up, Lawrence? Yeah, hanging in there, man. Let me know how my baby ExxonMobil's doing. fine last time I checked. Yeah, still trading between 106 and 115, which has basically been the case for the last 6 months, 7 months. They could probably use a big spike in oil prices. Oh, did this freeze again? There we go. Sorry. I don't know why that's happening. Sherwin Pickles Pig playing out nicely. Yeah, yeah. I liked that setup. That was a nice one. Don't need it to go down. Just don't want it to go up. Pretty good return on risk. Short, you know. Be careful of the gap for a bounce if it tests the top of the gap, which I think is like 94.67. Ascending channel? I mean, it just failed the ascending channel. This looks like those bot puts at 25 are creating a little bit more drag. Not forcing a ton of capitulation, but I guess they knocked off some of the 63.40s and we got some in the money calls closing 63.20, so Delta's probably dropping a little bit behind us or under us. Yeah. Delta's kind of falling off under us. If we get far enough along in the day that this Delta stays out of the money, it's gonna be like a little rough for bulls. Like if they don't get over 30, like I said this last night too, it's really important for bulls to like get over 30, 35 to get support, which they couldn't hold this morning, right? Like they tried to get it and it failed. That's because there was no positioning up here, which means they just fell back to where like all the gamma was in the overnight, and we've been stuck there. Yeah, yeah, usually. I just do that for simplicity's sake. You could actually like if you want to do it on your own, you could map both implied moves. But what I think's going on up here largely this week is that we're seeing a lot of like a lot of profit taking and like on out of the money near dated puts. Which is making making the like weekly VN. I guess that's down here. A little bit more significant. We're also seeing selling of longer dated puts. Because Ivy in the front month is like higher, right? So it's more attractive to sell the longer dated puts right now. and probably a little bit more attractive to buy the shorter dated put. And so what that's doing is, for the it's increasing their Vega exposure on the like monthly contract. So we're seeing like VNM move higher. Um, and we're seeing like slightly more relevance given to the like BNW level, because the concavity of their positioning is changing, which means they're shedding some delta. That helps the sell-offs a little bit. It makes it a little bit harder for bulls, especially when bulls are selling like lots of 0 DTE puts. It puts them in a position where they can get squeezed out by the because the MM's long all those puts. Oh shit. Sorry, Grackle. I thought I started that. Yeah, no worries, Grackle. Thank you. Sorry, sneezing in everyone's ear. Uh, no allergy medication. So, so basically, a lot of you guys have been asking about VN and stuff lately, and it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. It does. It's just you need to understand, the weight of the like Vega exposure, but like by expiration, which we give you guys now. Well, at least I think you beta boys have it, right? So, um, if you're looking at like Greeks by expiry here, you can see that like the Vega exposure on the SPXW chain is very minimal, you know, out into like the 31st, where like VN on the weekly would become more important, right? But like, or as we approach that, it'll become more important. But um, understanding like the effect of that on the dealer's hedge, or if you look at like SPX, it's gonna it's gonna have the Vega out here where it's actually negatively exposed, which is kind of interesting. Um, but this is basically the change in or like the contract dollar change percent change in implied volatility. So right now that's, kind of supportive of spot price action, but then, after August, It won't. Even as we approach August 15th, it will become less and less supportive because the out of the money Vega will decline. So basically, when dealers are long gamma, I've explained this a couple times, but I'll do it again. Or convex. This is a convex hedge. They buy the dip. And then they sell the upside. So selling the uptick. But their hedge becomes more short gamma as it becomes more concave. So the further above VN you get, gamma starts to move more concave, which means they start like selling the downtick. Which amplifies the range, like the potential range of a trend. Um, and so when you're above Vega neutral, you get this effect more and more the more concave their exposure becomes to the change in moneyness. But what we've experienced over the last few months, or well, month and a half, I guess, with all these moves above Vega neutral, is that there's simply not a lot of Vega exposure, and so the relevance of Vega neutral is minimized, and so the effect, the effect of the dealer's hedge becoming concave is lessened because there is significantly more gamma than there is Vega, and there's very little IV sensitivity on the dealers book because all of the options being sold primarily are on the 0 DTE or very far out of the money. So like before these bigger moves to the upside at like 6,200 and now at 6,300, we saw very far out of the money put selling, like down at like 5,000, 5,100, 4,900. And these are longer dated, but the Vega is low A, and they are very very far below Vega neutral. Versus in 2024, where there was so much confidence that bulls were selling, like 0.95 moneyness puts. And this made Vega neutral very important because the Vega exposure at at spot was very high because they were selling all of these long dated puts very close to the money. They're being far more cautious, I would say, and ironically, because of that caution, the market is able to push higher than it normally would be able to. Like, I don't know how many of you guys remember April, but in April we fell into very, very near the money large concentrations of put interest, and so IV just skyrocketed. And a lot of put sellers got burned hard. And so the larger put sellers are now being far more cautious of that positioning. And if you look at SPX, if you look at ES, there's so much positioning that's prepared for, you know, a move back towards like 5,000, 5,200, which is seems fucking nuts. But also, you know, if tariffs go into effect at the rates currently proposed, which are very high, uh, and there is no taco trade again, then you know the market is going to correct. And so I think a lot of a lot of the tail risk hedge on that is targeting that like far out of the money range. And then also additionally, you know, put sellers are also, you know, selling very far out of the money when they're selling anything that has theta. And that tells you a lot about how they feel about the current state of things, I guess. We What's this? We got a trade deal or something? Well, I don't see anything. That was wild. Looks like that's gonna get rejected immediately. It's gotta be news, right? It hasn't posted yet, but cup and handles don't occur on the 30-minute. A new high. Cup and handles only occur on the 1 minute. Why not? Because cup and handle is like a long-term formation. It occurs out on like the daily over several months. And they're even then only moderately reliable. I don't know if there was any. Oh, there must be something. It's just not coming up. Yeah, I don't see anything yet. US and EU close in on 15% tariff deal. There it is. I'm not sure how that's bullish because it's 5% higher than what was supposed to be in effect between US and EU. But all right. Fuck it. Bullish because of certainty as opposed to uncertainty. Sure. But all of these like higher tariffs are just going to lead to more inflation. At least bonds are moving up. Some rationality left in the market. $63.57 is the next support. What do you mean? Oh, on ES. This is just gonna fail. This is fucking meaningless news. Too many bulls sitting on too many out of the money positions. So yeah, I'll probably keep pulling back a little bit. There's some vol selling to try to stabilize, but it still doesn't look like we get much above like even with the repositioning, it doesn't look like we could go much higher than like 55 or 60 today. Big sold calls came in on the pump at 60 and 65. Bot puts at 45.40. No sold puts up here either. Not a lot of them at least. So flips didn't even budge. I mean, they did. It dropped a little. Bulls will try to buy calls on the pullback and push higher. Hmm. Is today's upcoming 20-year bond auction important? Depends on, bid to cover how much of it gets shunted off onto prime dealers. So it could be important. How many days did we have to chop up here for 3-month IV to be low enough for Vega puts? Or am I thinking about that wrong? No, you're not thinking about it wrong. It's just, let's see, like 90-day vol. We're about 15 days out from like HV90 falling sharp or starting to fall sharply. Until then, it's likely to remain somewhat elevated. I used GS to infer there would be more in August. That's correct. Is VWAP the best technical indicator for day trade entries? It's a good risk management tool. If you're trading near it, you're not always going to be the. Hmm. Let's see. Some 50, 45 puts being bought. Calls at 45, holding price up. There's in the money calls 30, 35, support to the downside. Not too many at 35, mostly at 30 though. No capitulation on the 55 calls yet, but still selling 60, 65, 70, 75. They'd probably get like a small pullback. A lot of put selling still going on. They're trying to keep this up here. Doesn't mean they can. It's definitely overextended. Hmm. Issue with the data on forward. See? I said we get a little pullback. Pullback 40 or lower? We could go lower. Maybe back to 30. Let's see what happens here. This is an important test, obviously. But right now, puts are bought 45, 40, 35. There's bot calls on the money at 30. So I would say that we could pull back all the way to 30, but I feel like bulls will try to step in somewhere between here and 30 and try to establish some support. There is still capitulation ongoing in the bot call positions though. Like most of the 45s are closed now. 40s are just sold overall. Some of the 35s are closing. So at some point on this drop, they're going to want to step in and sell puts. They just haven't been doing a lot of that yet. It's still very risky to do it. Nove's doing well today. Is it? It's up 70 cents. Can we just not talk about it until it's like 16 or $20? It's not like a short-term trade. You think Tesla's gonna nut up? I don't know. I don't think their earnings are gonna be better. If that's what you're asking. Tesla had horrible earnings last quarter and rocketed. Yeah. Yeah. But they had horrible earnings the quarter before that and dumped. So, you know. I hate that thing. Why? I mean, when you can identify good trade opportunities on Tesla, it's fucking awesome. No one gives a shit about Robotaxi. It's a pipe dream. Also, losing all their government subsidization hasn't hit their books yet, but it will. JB Hunt. Mm. The accumulation looks a little bit exhausted. Very slow failure so far, though. I don't know. There's probably a lot of risk over the next week or so with tariffs. Would you risk puts on Tesla? Not before earnings. Listen, if their earnings is bad and the stock drops, it'll keep dropping tomorrow without having to pay 300% more for options. Trying so hard to hold 40. They're really not trying that hard, honestly. I, I would argue they're doing very little to hold 40. They bought some 45 calls, but not even very many of those. Still mostly puts and sold calls here at 40. Some bot puts at 35 still. Everything's still being held up by bot calls at 30. And still not a lot of sold puts, like anywhere. Maybe like 15, 6,300, but not very many sold puts around spot at all. No. I bought into FFAI yesterday because I wanted to sell calls on it, but then I got stopped out like almost immediately. Starting to get a little bit more put selling. Mm. Hmm. Back to 30. Mm, getting a lot of sold puts under 6,300, 90, 75, 65, 55. Big fucking chunks of them. Like 3,700 contracts each. Is the taco trade losing its potency? Well, we keep making official deals that are just as high or higher than expected, right? Like we're currently pricing in like a like a 10% tariff rate across the board. If wow, if that's even really being priced in. Yeah, yeah, not. Mm. Well, the thing is, we're never pricing in the EU having a 30% tariff. So the fact that they're having a 15% tariff doesn't mean that the market should be going up. Pricing in 0, announced at 30, and then bullish that it's priced in 15. It's yeah, it's fucking absurd. There's like a little gap at 38 that we haven't filled yet. Like right here. Is it worth it to buy puts to bet on no taco August 1st? I mean, they're very cheap relative to what could happen. We just don't know what will happen. If we have tariffs for real this time, on God, is it probable that the market would start to face reality? I mean, it does seem that institutions are fully prepared for that outcome. We didn't fill the upside gap, which is kind of wild. Huh. Hmm. That's weird. Still bot calls at 3:30. Still bot puts at 35, 40, and 45. I wonder if there's enough bot puts. EU diplomats state set to vote on 93 billion of counter tariffs on US goods on Thursday. The EU and US are headed for a potential trade deal of 15% US baseline tariff on EU goods and could include exemptions for some EU goods. Pecorino Romano. A broad majority of EU members would support using anti-coercion instruments in the event of no US trade deal and US tariffs of 30%. Hmm. This very much sounds like the market pumped on actually no news. Oh, I'm just hoping that they waive tariffs on Pecorino Romano. Yeah, don't tariff the cheese. Exactly. Of course they will. That's wealthy people food. Exactly. Also, Grana Padano. Okay. Like that one time it ripped 10% because hesitant, yeah, from some talking head. That was funny. That was insane. Pecorino, Wisconsin. Fuck that. Foie gras, caviar, all tariff free. You could use like UVix or something if you want. VIX is cash settled though. I currently have was it ULTY and the SDTY. What would cause you to exit ULTY? I don't know if it went back below $6, I guess. Calm? Didn't they beat super hard? Probably just a knock-on effect from raising the prices of fucking eggs through the roof. We finally filled that gap. Yeah, we did. Hmm. Hmm. Can they push this back up again? They're trying. I don't know. There's bot calls. 45 still being sold really heavily. There's bot calls at, or bot puts at 40 and 35. So I don't know. It'll probably pull back a little. Yeah, maybe a little bit of jockeying for position into the auction. What's going on with Kohl's? They're all saying it's the next meme stock. Maybe back when it was at 21. It's at fucking $12 now. Kohl's is down 43% in a day and a half. Why? No idea. Had a lot of short interest. They're covering all the beta basket. You could say the same thing about like any other one of the like fucking 800 other stocks that have gone up 300% in the last couple of days. CBS, Reuters, Yahoo, all back holding. Probably. Alright, looks like those bot puts are starting to weigh a little bit on positioning. There's bot calls at 40 now, though. Kohl's, the Amazon return warehouse. It's the only time I've ever been to Kohl's is to return shit from Amazon. It's the only time anyone's been to Kohl's. It's accurate. Seasonality has no statistical relevance. Don Twin, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Appreciate it. Hmm. We already got 7 minutes until the auction. It's already a 4.95. Surely no tail. Really depends on how, I think that really depends. There definitely could be one. How's the dollar doing? Pretty flat today. The pickle jar asked if I invited you to my wedding. I doubt you'd want to come down to Philly, right? Hmm. I don't know. Are there free cheesesteaks? And an open bar. Tableside pasta service. 3 minutes till the auction. When does Bastant have to start his issuance? He already has. That is ongoing. Folks, SPX. Hey, do something. It's not gonna do it yet, that's for sure. I'm just sitting on bot calls at like 40. I don't think anything's gonna happen here. New Jersey man pleads guilty to leading a $600 million catalytic converter theft ring. Who's missing from the pickle jar? At least you have a clean fish tank. Bid to cover was 2.79. High yield at auction stopped through 1.6 bips. US sold 13 billion, 85.3%, and awarded at the high. Dealers only took 10.72%. So fine auction. Bob's not from New Jersey though. Specifically says New Jersey man. They're all still here in the shadows. Frozen again? Why the fuck does it keep doing that? Hmm. There's a press conference. Conveniently timed with the auction. I don't know if I can deal with this today. All right, that's fine. We'll watch it. Ooh, some of the bot calls are kind of taking profit really, really slowly. She only lies. I don't think the cross makes a difference. I think the cross is one of Trump's horcruxes. Absolutely. Good play on Sherwin. Thanks. Ooh, the pace of this sell-off is picking up a little bit. Hmm. It's not a ton of support down here. I guess if they can hold 30, 35, though. Bot calls at 40 getting burned a little. Mm. I wonder if we're just gonna stay pinned to those, though. Hmm. Professor is this for? No idea. Is it frozen? Dude, why is it doing that? Did he taco on the tariff deadline again? Chancellor Mers said we're hearing now that there could be a decision on trade. And then Macron said we will coordinate with EU response to US tariffs. We want to provide stability and have the lowest tariffs possible. No, apparently within the next, like within minutes, we're going to be getting news about the whatever the trade policy is going to be, supposedly. At least that's what they're saying. No idea. I don't know what the fucking. Wall Street Journal article, Trump pledges move to stimulate AI use and exports. I'm thinking bullish. So far, still just bot calls at 40. Nothing else is really changing much. I guess we're getting more sold puts. Sold puts. Shocker. What the fuck is it doing? Mm. No, we're not getting 6,400 end of day. Mm. What are we doing here? Grinding up? Probably waiting on news about the EU tariff. I can't believe they held it up here. Why? Yeah, it's dead already. What is dead can never die, right? Why is Upstart going so high? Why not? They're they're profitable. They have earnings coming up. IV's grinding up. They benefit from dispersion in the AI trade already. How much is the last $300 of SPX upside has been the result of US dollar getting weaker, so number has to go higher. A decent amount of it. I mean, big tech benefits quite a lot from a weaker US dollar. They're the most exposed to international revenues, so yeah, Nove's up. Left a gap back at 63.44. high for the day. Weird. Bot calls at 45. Bot calls at 50, 55. Still looks like the cap for upside move here is about 55.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We have a special guest with us today who will speak momentarily. But first, I would like to begin with a message from the White House to the families of the victims in the brutal murder case in Idaho, who were sharing their heart-wrenching stories about their loved ones before the court today and addressing the evil killer who took 4 precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation grieves with you, and we will never forget the precious souls who were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, especially the parents who lost their children. Let me begin with a few scheduling items off the top. Later this afternoon, President Trump will deliver the keynote address at the Winning the AI Race Summit here in Washington, D.C. President Trump believes it is non-negotiable that the United States wins the AI race, which is why today, President Trump will announce a bold and comprehensive AI action plan to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance. Under President Trump's leadership, our country will lead the world in AI to secure a brighter future for all Americans, massively grow our economy, and protect our national security. The president will also sign 3 executive orders at the event this afternoon. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel to Scotland for a working visit that will include a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Starmer to refine the historic US-UK trade deal. On the topic of trade, yesterday, President Trump accomplished something no other president has ever achieved. The president secured and announced 3 major trade deals with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan, all in one day. President Trump is finally putting a stop to our country getting ripped off. As a result of the president's successful negotiating tactics, many foreign markets are now being opened to American industries for the very first time, and harmful trade barriers are being broken down. Thanks to President Trump, these countries around the world are agreeing to open their markets to American-made products and goods for the first time, which will lead to a boom in sales and profits for American businesses right here at home. As President Trump said, he will only lower tariff rates if a country agrees to open their market to American-made products. If not, they will continue to face tariffs and pay a steep price to do business in the United States of America, which remains the best market on the face of the planet. Also this week, the president officially marked 6 months here at the White House. He made big promises to the American people on the campaign trail last year, and he has unquestionably delivered on those promises in record time. The president has defeated the Biden inflation crisis to make America affordable again. Core inflation is currently at its lowest level in 4 years, and prices for everyday goods are falling. The president's pro-growth policies have fueled massive job growth across our country. Since the president has taken office, our economy has added nearly 700,000 new jobs, with native-born American workers accounting for all job gains. The president has put the economic needs of families and of workers first. He signed the largest tax cuts for the middle class in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. The president has also restored law and order to make America safe again, another campaign promise he vowed to the American public. The United States of America is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our military, another campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance. The president has restored America's standing on the world stage, brought back peace through strength, and brokered numerous peace agreements to end wars. Again, all of this in just 6 months. He obliterated Iran's nuclear program to end the war between Israel and Iran, got NATO members to raise their defense spending to 5% of GDP, and secured a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, as well as brokering a historic agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The president has already received 3 different Nobel Peace Prize nominations for his peacemaking efforts. Again, all of this progress, all of these accomplishments have occurred in just 6 months.
Big bot puts at 63.35.
With all of you for the next 3.5 years. On another matter, over the past few days, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has unveiled shocking new evidence that former President Barack Obama and top aides in the Obama administration conspired to subvert President Trump's 2016 election victory and undermine the democratic will of the American people. Publicly pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power. In private, former President Obama went to great and nefarious lengths to try to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump. The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence, who is here with me today, confirms that the Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump in an effort to try to delegitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia, and the Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetuated on the American people from the very beginning. And the worst part of this is Obama knew that truth, and so did all of the other corrupt officials involved in this scam, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew. There was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed off on by then President Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets, and some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie. The president's first 2 years in office had this fake distraction hanging over it, and endless resources, time, and political capital were spent having to debunk these lies from the highest levels of our government. Now, nearly 10 years later, Thanks to the declassification of documents by Director Gabbard, the truth has finally come to light. And this truth vindicates President Trump, his family, and his many allies and associates who were smeared with defamatory lies. President Trump was right from the beginning about all of this, and we are grateful that justice can be served. Now, we have even more damning evidence implicating those who tried to sabotage a duly elected president and did grave material harm to our republic. Thanks to additional important work done by CIA Director Ratcliffe, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford over the past few months, a newly declassified 2020 report prepared by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which DNI Director Gabbard has declassified, found that the intel community did not have any direct information.
Anything to distract from the fact that the president's a pedophile.
To help elect President Trump in 2016, and in fact, Russia was actively preparing for a Hillary Clinton victory. But at the unusual direction of Barack Obama at the time, the intel community published implausible intelligence suggesting otherwise. Why? To sabotage the incoming president. This is truly one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And reporters at legacy outlets, some of which are sitting in this room today, like the New York Times and the Washington Post, were ridiculously awarded Pulitzer Prizes for their perpetuation of this hoax. It's well past time for those awards to be stripped from the journalists who receive them. It is not journalism to propagate political disinformation in service of the Democrat Party and those in the intelligence community who hand over out of context and fake intelligence to push a false political narrative. I will now pass it over to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, to speak more about all of this, and then we will open it up for questions afterwards. Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination with the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified Oversight Majority Staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's 2018 report, as well as the House Intelligence Committee.
Welcome to North Korea.
Report that we're releasing today, all come back to and confirm the same report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to the 2016 election were to undermine faith in the U.S. democratic process, not show any preference of a certain candidate. In fact, this report shows Putin held back from leaking compromising material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken what Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered, John Brennan, who was CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests. As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote-unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9th, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee Oversight Report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the president, President Obama. It directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created an intelligence community assessment limited to just 5 analysts, using one principal drafter. This is not something that occurs in the normal path of producing an intelligence community assessment that reflects the views across the intelligence community. The production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the president and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan. The House Intelligence Committee Oversight Report also shows how later that same day, on December 9th, Brennan ordered the publication of quote-unquote substandard reporting on Russian activities, which had previously been withheld from publication of prior assessments because the information was judged, quote, to have not met long-standing publication standards. Some of the information later used in the Obama-ordered assessment over the objections of veteran CIA officers was, quote unquote, unclear or from unknown sources. The Intelligence Committee's oversight report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, we don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected. Yet, the Obama-directed assessment was published on January 6, 2017, which explicitly stated, quote, we assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him, end of quote. The CIA and FBI, then led by John Brennan and James Comey, expressed high confidence in this judgment, while the NSA expressed moderate confidence. Yet, as the report we released today shows, the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex. John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in this intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered because he knew it was discredited. It was a politically motivated, manufactured document. He directed senior CIA officials to use it anyway. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee staff as they investigated this, quote, the director of the CIA, John Brennan, refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's many flaws, responded, quote, yes, but doesn't it ring true? Even the bipartisan Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report published in 2020 criticized the FBI's handling of the Steele dossier, noting its completely unverified nature and purposeful sidestepping of intelligence community procedures in its use. Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence as though it were fact. John Brennan, as CIA director, stated in a memo to his agency staff in December of 2016, saying, quote, there is strong consensus among us on the scope, nature, and intent of Russian interference in our presidential election. This was reported by NBC News, confirming that Brennan, along with James Clapper and James Comey, agreed with the CIA's assessment that Russia intervened to help Trump win the presidency. As Obama's Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper was tasked with overseeing the creation of this assessment in January of 2017 by President Obama, and he expressed confidence in its findings. In a 2018 interview with the Harvard Gazette, he talked about how he provided Trump with the same classified assessment that President Obama received, which included the high confidence judgment that Putin directly ordered the hacking and election interference. Clapper then went on to add, I think they, the Russians, actually influenced the outcome. This is a brief summary of the details that you'll find within the House Majority Staff's report in their investigation into the Obama-directed January 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. That leads us to the very same conclusion that we announced in the release of our documents on Friday. The implications of this are far-reaching and have to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. It has to do with an outgoing president taking action to manufacture intelligence to undermine and usurp the will of the American people in that election and launch what would be a years-long coup against the incoming President of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you.
Coup? Did she say coup?
Thank you, Tulsi. And we do want to take questions on this topic while the director has time for this topic. She will leave. I'm happy to take questions on other matters after that. But if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former President Obama?
Correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Ed, go ahead.
Director Gabbard, thank you. So just to, two questions, but to begin on that. The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I am not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion. Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee.
Navarro said to take the deal,
There was a
the
years-long
U.S.-EU
process
deal report with a grain of salt.
As well, that also concluded no political interference. So help us, from a 50,000-foot level, explain, what do you now have that refutes those two conclusions?
I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself in the documents that we've released now, close to 200 pages, that point in multiple references, multiple examples, to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals who are some still working within these agencies today that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief
John,
that
go
those
ahead.
two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence and you will know the truth.
John.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Director Gabbard. You declassified these documents, if I'm not mistaken, Friday of last week, correct?
We released them on Friday of last week, the first tranche, yes.
This isn't the first time that President Trump has been president of the United States. He was president from 2017 to 2021. Couldn't the prior DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents? And why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration and have released the results upon the conclusion of our investigation.
And then my second question has to do with what intelligence agencies around the world have said about Russia, that they have tried to influence elections in the United States, in France, in Germany, in the UK. Do you disagree with that? Do you believe that Russia is a bad actor as it relates to trying to influence elections?
I'll point back to the intelligence that President Trump has ordered declassified, that we have declassified and released, that
Why haven't you declassified
Russia's motives were to try to
the
sow
Epstein
discord
list?
and chaos within the U.S. election, which is a clear distinction from
Everything out of the government.
preference
Blah, blah,
for or
blah,
against
blah,
a
blah,
specific
blah. No
candidate,
Epstein
which
list.
is what the Obama manufactured intelligence document alleges, that Russia preferred Donald Trump and tried to help Donald Trump get elected. Again, going back to the most important point here, with the intent to undermine the legitimacy of
How can they
President Trump's
declassify
election
this,
and
but not the
therefore
Epstein
subvert
list?
the will of the American people who chose to send him to the White House.
Reagan.
I didn't give a shit about JFK or MLK.
You laid out that the documents revealed that
Fucking shit happened like 60 years ago. Who gives a fuck?
2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia.
We really are on the stupidest timeline.
Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for
Declassify your
document, which,
eggplant
by the way,
parm
still
recipe.
has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document.
Oh, they
from
realized that,
intelligence
saying
community
bad things
that
about
would
Biden
contradict
wasn't
the
moving them
Russia
up in the
hoax narrative that
popularity
began with the
polls.
Hillary Clinton
So now they're
campaign,
going after
with the
Obama
state
instead.
One more, maybe either for you or Caroline.
The distraction tactics will get more desperate. I hope they just, the media just sticks on it and just keeps asking about the Epstein list.
Obama from prosecution.
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this. And I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat Party officials in this city, namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people, Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. They always knew it. Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know
Are we
something
topping
you don't
out
know, it's
here?
just
Should be,
classified and I
yeah.
can't tell you. And that's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. And not enough people in this
No, there
room,
isn't.
not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believed in these lies. And it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal, and the president wants to see accountability for that. Phil.
Question for Director.
Why is there not a single reporter in the room saying, if it's so easy to declassify these documents, why can't you declassify the Epstein list?
Conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. How do you respond to critics like former President Obama and also others on the Hill who say that the administration is conflating apples and oranges here, conflating allegations of actual hacking of voter machines and allegations of interference generally?
I think it's a disservice to the American people that former President Obama's office and others who are criticizing the transparency that is being delivered by releasing
Only sycophants
these
allowed,
documents.
yeah.
They're doing a disservice to the American people and trying to deflect away from their culpability in what is a historic scandal and negative action towards the American people and our democratic republic. The answer to that statement can very clearly be found throughout all of the documents that we have released. Again, showing that Russia has took action to try to sow discord in the election, but showed no preference for or against any singular candidate.
You've long been an opponent of weaponization in government. How do you respond to criticism that referring Obama administration officials and even potentially the former president is just more weaponization, and this is a potential race to the bottom?
I think that's a very disrespectful attack on the American people who deserve the truth. They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document, knowing that it was filled with lies and knowing that it
Wait,
would.
this document was never released, though.
That came after.
And I would just add, there needs to be accountability for that weaponization, Phil, that we've seen. And no one has been a victim of the weaponized government more than President Trump, not just because of this political scandal. You all recall his house was raided. So I think,
it's because he had illegally
how dare they speak
had
of
classified
former President
documents
Obama
in his
about this
possession.
based on evidence and based on intelligence.
What
And
evidence?
the former president of the United States, Donald Trump's home was raided when he was
You guys
forced
just
to sit
wrote
in a
that.
Manhattan courtroom and many other courtrooms across the country for crimes he never committed. When he was impeached and indicted, and the entire country witnessed that. That's the weaponization of justice. Now the president is back because the American people.
She's holding a paper,
nearly 80
Gherkin.
million Americans reelected him back to this office, and he believes that we need to have justice and accountability. And I think the nearly 80 million Americans who reelected him agree with that. Caitlin.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions for Director Gabbard, just on this. Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this, including that
Always the
2017 one
victims,
that was signed
yeah.
off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first, I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence
Why are we
Committee's
up today?
report as being one and the same.
Only
I think
place
you
to
said
go.
The Intelligence Community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you, that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians, all of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who
No,
is
we're
saying
just
that
jammed
she
into
would
the top of
release
the
this
gamma
to try
again.
to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me
Bulls
that-
needed to
No,
get
she was
above
talking about
30,
that was on
35 to
Geopolitical.
push out
No,
higher today.
the
They
only
did that
people
with
who
the
are
announcement
suggesting
of
that
the
Director
EU
National
trade deal
Intelligence would
that was
release
then
evidence to try to boost
pulled
her standing with
back
the
and
president Are the
dismissed.
people in this room who constantly
But,
try
you
to sow
know.
distrust and chaos amongst the president.
It could happen.
And it is
By
not
John
working.
Durham,
I
directed by the Attorney
I
General
am
Bill Barr at the
I will just
Yeah, I
answer
don't
the
think we go
question
much
directly.
higher than
I am with the
55.
President of the United States.
Or at least
today.
don't
He
hold
has
much
the
higher
utmost
than that.
confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made. Does anyone else have questions for Director Gabbard? And then we'll turn it over to a couple other questions. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gabbard. Two follow-ups on questions that have been asked. You mentioned the previous DNIs during the president's first term. One of them.
Yeah, I'm
reports
probably
to
gonna
right
sell
now,
some,
if I'm not
like,
mistaken, is on Radcliffe. So have you not
60,
spoken to
65
him
calls.
about why this information was not declassified during the first term?
He was in that position for a very short period of time. The work that began back then, we have picked up and absolutely completed. We are continuing to investigate this. Additional whistleblowers are now coming forward because they see an opportunity for the truth to come to light, and as Caroline said, for real accountability to be brought forward. The accountability is the essential part of this. We can show the truth, reveal the truth. The accountability needs to occur to be able to start to restore that trust in the integrity of our democracy.
And then just quickly, I know you said you would leave the charging to DOJ, but the statute of limitations on conspiracy is 5 years. So what else could they possibly pursue besides treason?
I think that's a great question for Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more. Charlie, go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's power from you? The report said that it was from sourced from the DNC. Have you seen that information, or do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing what they had?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had, and the important point here is that if they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election, they would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report, prior to the election to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Director Gabbard, we thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time today. I know you're a busy woman,
Thank
so
you.
we'll let you get out of here, but thank you so much. Okay. I know there's many issues going on today across the world and here at home. If you have any other further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ed, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. So the Japan trade deal, is that Japan trade deal the start of this number of trade deals that the Treasury Secretary says we're going to see by August 1st?
I think it is. I mean, as you said, we had Japan yesterday. We also had Indonesia, and we had the Philippines as well. The president announcing all three. He came in as the closer in all three of those. I've said many times from this podium that the president's trade team has been in active talks and discussions with many countries around the world, and you've all been anxiously awaiting what those countries were. Now you know three of them, and there's many more to go. We have now sent 25 letters to countries around the world. But just to reiterate this Japan deal, for those at home who may have missed it, Japan will now pay a 15% tariff versus the reciprocal rate of 24% that they initially had. Auto and auto parts tariffs have been reduced to 15%, but the centerpiece of this deal now is the president got Japan to commit to $550 billion in investments to revitalize American industries. And these funds will be spent at President Trump's discretion and direction into key industries such as energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, and shipbuilding. And the U.S. will retain 90% of the profits from any investments made by this $550 billion fund. This was originally a $400 billion investment that President Trump then negotiated to an increase of $150 billion, making it a $550 billion deal for the American people. And I just want to emphasize, Ed, I see you have a follow-up, but it's very important. Japan has agreed to open their markets to many very key sectors in American-made products that have really faced very strict tariff and non-tariff barriers prior. So thanks to the president, Japan's markets will now be open to American-made products and goods. This is big news for our tech companies and our farmers as well.
On Monday, the Treasury Secretary is going to Stockholm to talk to the Chinese delegation. What does the president hope to get out of that meeting? Are there deliverables?
I won't speak to any deliverables or set expectations. I'll let the Secretary of Treasury do that. But I did speak to him yesterday about his upcoming trip, and he looks forward to continuing discussions with his Chinese counterparts. The President has ensured that we have a good continuing working relationship with China that benefits the United States. And so the Secretary of Treasury will be obviously discussing those key matters, but I'll let him set the expectations.
One more, if I may.
Sure.
Given what the DNI just said and laid out, does President Trump believe that President Obama should go to jail for something?
Look, the President believes that this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated, and anyone convicted of crime should be held accountable in this country. Go ahead.
Special Envoy Wickoff is headed overseas again.
Good to see you, Olivia. I haven't seen you since the campaign trail.
Yeah, it's good to see you. He's headed back overseas. Can you give us a sense of what the marching orders are to some of the people he'll be meeting with, and specifically as it relates to Gaza and ongoing talks there?
Yes, Special Envoy Wickoff is headed to Europe, where he will meet with key leaders from the Middle East to discuss the ongoing ceasefire proposal to end this conflict in Gaza and to release the hostages. These are very sensitive negotiations that are currently taking place. I spoke to Special Envoy Wickoff last night about them. I will let him speak further on the matter, but the President and Special Envoy Wickoff has made the administration's goals clear. We want this ceasefire to happen as soon as possible, and we want these hostages to be released. Go ahead.
Carolyn, a Florida federal judge has refused to allow the Epstein grand jury materials to be released. Does the President want the administration or Department of Justice to appeal that ruling?
That was just breaking as the director and I were coming out here, so I haven't had a chance to talk to the President about it. I understand there are 2 other requests from the Department of Justice that are ongoing, but I'll let this President speak to whether he wants to see an appeal, and the Department of Justice, I'm sure, can give you a statement on that as well.
And is he supportive of the effort to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell? I know that Todd Blanchard mentioned that earlier this week.
The President spoke to this yesterday, and he said he thinks it's an appropriate idea. Kelly.
What is the accountability that you would like to see if this current president is the one who brought the case to the Supreme Court, and Chief Justice Roberts made clear in his opinion that a sitting president's responsibilities in office cannot lead to prosecution, immunity? So what is it the President Trump wants regarding President Obama, given that fact? And the special counsel at the time, Durham, when that Supreme Court matter was not in effect, could have charged anyone and did not. So on those 2 points, how do you respond?
Look, the President has made it clear that he wanted these documents to be declassified. He wanted the American people to see the truth, and now he wants those who perpetuated these lies and this scandal to be held accountable. As for what accountability looks like, as the director said, it's in the Department of Justice's hands, and we trust them to move this ball forward.
But you would agree
Stephanie.
President Obama cannot be charged based on that immunity?
Again, I'll leave that to the Department of Justice. Stephanie.
In light of the Japan deal, are sectoral tariffs now up for negotiation with trading partners? And in a similar note, are these negotiators asking for investment funds, sort of like what Japan had agreed to?
As for sectoral tariffs, I understand that the President continues to be in talks with our Secretary of Commerce. We have made commitments on various sectoral tariffs, as you know. The Department of Commerce has initiated studies to then move forward with implementing those sectoral tariffs. So I would defer you to them for further comment. Meredith.
I wanted to ask if the White House has any update on the Commerce Department employee who's been detained or banned from exiting China, and if there are any efforts to get him out.
I can assure you and the American people that the administration is actively monitoring the situation and engaged, but typically we don't comment on individual cases like this as we are sorting them out. Sure.
Yes.
Behind you, Dr. Harper, sorry. Go ahead, to the lady sitting down in the blue, yes.
Thanks,
What's your name?
Caroline.
What's your name?
My name is Caroline also. Caroline Boda with the Center Square.
Great.
So Republicans in the Senate today said that they are pulling back on legislation to impose sanctions on Russia after the president said he wants to act unilaterally. Can you elaborate on what the president intends to do?
Look, the president has been in very close communication with his friends in the Senate, particularly Senator Lindsey Graham, on this issue. But the president has always maintained, he's the commander-in-chief and the president for a reason, and he has been deeply involved in this conflict since the beginning. And so any decisions that are made with respect respect to sanctions, the president wants to reserve that authority and that right to himself. Jasmine.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions for you. The first on AI. Does President Trump support federal agencies contracting with Elon Musk's AI company?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so he would want the DOJ to then cancel the contract with Musk.
I'll talk to him about it, yes.
And my second question, just, obviously the developments with the Epstein case with the judge, but I wonder, has the White House counsel, the DOJ explored any other documents that could be released
There's
to
a
the
gap
public,
at 50 below
that
us.
don't have to do with that grand jury testimony?
To my knowledge, the Department of Justice has moved forward with the request to unseal that grand jury testimony, and as you know, they have also moved forward with interviewing Ms. Maxwell, which I believe will be taking place very soon. Go ahead. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question about Paul Ingracia, the OSC nominee who faces a Senate committee hearing tomorrow. Tom Tillis said that he wouldn't vote for Ingracia if a vote came to the Senate floor. 24 worker advocacy groups have said that they don't support his nomination. What is the White House planning to do to sort of turn the tide or convince?
I love how every lie has a video disproving what they're saying now.
With members of both the Senate and the House,
Yeah.
and they stand by the president's nominees. Sure.
In connection with the Mueller investigation, a grand jury indicted 13 Russians. President Putin has said he will never extradite those men. Given the new information that Ms. Gabbard has found, what's the administration's position on that case? Should those charges be dropped?
I don't have.
No, there's a video of
but I'll
Trump
with the National
saying,
Security
I
Council, and
accept
team
our
will get you
intelligence
something."
community's collusion that Russian meddling in the 2016 election took place.
President Trump with conspiracy to defraud the United States and a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. It now turns out we're confirming that Obama and his cronies were doing that the whole time in 2016 on a massive scale, falsifying documents and having their intel agencies do this. What does this say about the 2020 election? And also, what's your thoughts on the irony here?
There is a lot of irony, especially for the party of the Democrat Party, who claims to be for democracy. We often heard throughout the 2024 campaign they were calling this president a threat to democracy. And now I think the declassification of all of these documents proves that they were indeed the true threat to democracy. And as I said repeatedly today, there needs to be justice and accountability for that. You all will hear directly from the president later this afternoon at the AI Summit here in Washington, D.C., scheduled to speak later in a few hours. So we will see you all there. Thank you very much.
No one's gonna raise rates. How are you so good, Dad? I thought we'd hit 60 based on delta gamma levels before a pullback, but I know you said 55 like an hour ago. I said 55 at like 11 o'clock. But yes, I don't know. It's just been doing this a long time, I guess. I think there's more opportunities to get Nove under 13. Probably. Hmm. Fubu's got a classic bull flag on the 1 minute. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Fubu's running up a little bit. Mm, 363 is resistance to the upside. 58 or 63. It doesn't have a classic MOASS. Just getting a little bit of covering though, which is neat. Keeps me doing when the market's bullish on 15% tariffs, when it's pricing in at most 10%. Opportunity to sell puts. I mean, that's all it really is, right? That's why we're going up. Take advantage of a drop in volatility and sell a bunch of puts. I don't think it's really anything more than that. What's actually going to happen until August 1st? We seem to be melting up until then. Well, we're melting up until there's news that's actually detrimental. Buy rumors, sell news. Yeah. I mean, it looks like that. Because there's no way that the actual finalization of all of this is better than we were in Feb. And there's been a lot of dollar devaluation, but well, or you can, sell puts and buy calls like everyone else. Are you buying longer dated puts? I might start picking some up. VIX 3-month is starting to fall below 19 finally. Hmm. Hmm. Curious. Bought puts at spot 63.55. Sold puts 50, 45, 40 to the downside. Not huge numbers of them though, and significantly smaller than these sold call positions that are in the money now. So I wonder if this could sell off a little bit. I guess I'll just keep selling the 60 and 65s. How many do you usually sell? I don't know. We've got 10 and 15 right now. Ten at the 60, 15 at the 65. I think we actually already have NDX. I don't know about adding it to the live data yet. Probably. It's almost power hour. Bot puts are starting to accumulate a bit to the upside. Still have that gap below us. TQQQ looks overbought. So that's fun. What is an overbought? Shit stocks, which is why they're all running. Cost bull. Fucking open. All that stuff. Is the high amount of put selling normal market behavior? It's what's incentivized right now. If we fill 50, it'll be in the last 5 seconds of trading, right? Not necessarily. I mean, we've got like a whole hour. I just don't see bears trying to pressure 50 all that much. So short puts will need to pull back probably in order for us to fall. So maybe just like look for vol to tick up at like the 50 or 45 or 40 strikes. It did a very in-depth explanation of why we're above VN already today. Or well, at least why it's possible for us to stay above VN for extended periods of time. It's in the clips channel. There you go. Thank you, Taco Squire. I guess the biggest effect above like VN, like if I had to put it simply, is just like on with concave returns, like options flow is additive to momentum. So you get wider swings, and dealers are largely just okay with volatility rising because they're long Vega, so there's no rush to push it down. unless it rises beyond a point where market participants want to step in. And so you get price action that's more slippery. So you get like breakouts to the upside, push up higher than you would think, and like breakdowns push lower. A lot of that's sold calls, though. So, I mean, bulls are going to have to push very hard because the more positively exposed to gamma they get, the harder it is to drive the price higher. And if we lose 50, we could pull back a little bit. Some of the puts could get fucked. Is there a reason that finance uses concave convex instead of exponential asymptotic? Well, hedging math is like based in Taylor series. So, yes. Um, exponential and asymptotic describe like far like functional forms. So because risk limits are framed in delta, gamma, theta, vega, it kind of just follows that. like, if you're thinking about like your P&L versus spot, right? And you have and you're looking at the curve of that. If it's below the line, it's convex or concave rather, sorry. And above the line, it's convex. And so you don't need to know if the curve is exponential or whatever. You just care, like as a trader, you just care about what the next hedge will look like. So, you know, first $1 move, second $1 move. So either your profits accelerate or your losses do. Does that make sense? And a convex dealer is going to push price towards a set point, and a concave dealer is going to amplify price in a direction. So if you're going up and and dealer P&L is concave, the dealer is going to push price to the upside. If you're going down, they're going to push price to the downside. And then if it's convex, then the dealer is going to push towards the center. I'm not sure how much that helps, but maybe a little. Are any changes happening positionally? We're getting some short puts pulling back. Not a lot of them, but some. Putting longer term trends on SPX, is there a rule of thumb for how much theta you should have? Yeah, enough. I mean, generally, you want to just find the contracts where you have enough liquidity, then you're not paying too much on the bid-ask spread. So that generally kind of binds you to, you know, like Friday, end of month, OPEX expirations. There's just not a lot of ways to. That was a pretty savage little bounce. Oh, probably kind of meaningless. Ooh, lots of bot puts. 6340. 1,800 of them. Probably bots at close, but weakening some of that positioning, I guess. Bot calls at 50.45, kind of holding us up. There's some bot calls coming in at 60, which is opening up a little bit as an upside target. But only if this bounce holds. And so far, nobody's really buying my 55 call. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Well, they're probably just trying to capture any uptick on volatility. They're probably not targeting spot at those levels. Although, if there's no taco, then the market's going to need to reprice in some way. Especially if there's no taco and no rate cut. Shit gets ugly. Taco. Taco. T-A-C-O. Trump always chickens out. That's a joke because he keeps pulling back on tariffs. It is funny. And clever. That's correct. No, not takoyaki. Yeah, NQ's been a little bit weaker today. Yeah, it's been power hour. Somehow we didn't fill the gap on that last bounce. I think I'd like to see that. Stagnant hour? Yeah. Alright. Reasonable. It looked. STS, it looked like it was topping out a bit. Lower high on today's upside move. There's resistance, like fairly clear resistance building at 60. That's probably been added to today. Not a lot of delta to the upside, but Gamma Max is still moving up, so it presents, some risk that things can move higher. Right now, like the peak of Gamma is kind of forming, whereas before, Gamma across ASTS was fairly flat at the top back when it was at like 50. Like it was like this, like from like 50 out to 60. But now it's like starting to form like an actual peak, like here at like 63, 64. So, I would say that it's probably starting to slow down its upside move. Looks like there's not been too much of a change in delta or gamma over the last couple of days. So maybe some profit taking. I don't know if I'd buy puts on it, but it could be like an opportunity maybe to sell spreads. I actually looked at it last night, and it was like kind of questionable on. I was like a bit torn between that and Schwab. And I ended up going with Schwab. Which I think was the right choice. The ASTS pickles pick never fucking never took off because it didn't fall below gamma neutral, which it desperately needed to do. Hmm. Hmm. It's not looking like more pumpy into close. I don't know. I guess there's some calls like put selling, but 60 maybe a little bit more possible now than it was earlier. 109. I will say NQ still looks a little bit weak. Like bullish consolidation, but kind of trailing off. NQ led profit taking last summer too. Yeah, it did. I would say that if we can get a trend to the downside, it would probably continue, but probably need to confirm that on the gap fill. There's some bot puts out of the money, 40, 30. Fubo does actually typically pick up some volatility going into earnings. Or at least it has since the, whatchamacallit deal. The Disney deal. Huh. Starting to grind back down again. Yeah. So the point of focus, yes. The point of focus is the spot price. And then, $1 moves. You could also look at it as like P&L, and then, just have like and then the returns like that. I don't think that part really matters that much. I don't think so. We hold 50 into close. We're filling the gap right now. We're starting to almost fill the gap. Hmm. There's bot calls at 45. But more bot puts coming in at 50 and 40. Hard to say. Afternoon, man. What's up? Dude, single-handedly holding up the market. Yeah, he's doing work. Mm. 1 second. Held 50. I don't know. It'd be hard to stay over 55 probably. They're gonna need a bit more out of the money buying in order to hit 60. At least the 60-65 sold calls were a good choice. Kinda glad I didn't try to play the fucking end of day. The 88 more deals coming in goes to 10,000. Each trade deal is worth 30 BPS. They're just additive. Oh. Tapped it right before close. Nice. 60 still closed out of the money. Fucking sweet. Alright. What do we got going on here? So pushing out above the MM, expected move largely on the EU trade deal news, although Navarro immediately retracted statements that the EU deal was nearing a close, and several heads of state for European countries, namely France and Germany, had both said that they were ready to retaliate against the US and were preparing retaliatory measures, which makes it sound like the deal's not going super good, but I guess we'll see. You'd been pretty firm on not allowing tariffs to go above 10%, so I think we'll see how that goes. End of day candle there on ES almost. Nope, we did. We tested 6,400 on ES. Obviously, that's probably a point at which there would probably be some profit taking just psychologically. So we're seeing that get rejected here in after hours. Dollar continued to slump a little bit today, down to 97.196. But kind of in contrast to that, yields at the top end of the curve moving up, as well as a bit along the belly, with the 2 and the 5 year leading the way. Correlation hit a new low today, so dispersion trade ramping back up. We have Tesla earnings coming in, I believe, and Google earnings coming in tonight. Obviously, those will probably have some impact on the overnight futures price. Commodities, not too impressive. Oil up a tiny bit, but gold down a lot. Copper moving up. Correlation on the 3-month continuing to dive, but bond volatility might be picking up a little bit, especially over the last 2 days. Leverage on the carry back up again. Not on the short end, however. Belly 10 2-year curve turning down alongside the forward yield and volatility. Tomorrow we have PMIs. Skew keeps marching up. Yeah. Breadth not too narrow. 20-day moving average starting to catch back up to the 50. So probably starting to get a bit of a bounce back in breadth. We're seeing that in Dow and Russell right now. Stocks above the 200-day moving average, however, remain fairly low. RSP had a pretty decent day and is getting fairly close to its prior all-time high. VIX continuing to push down. Correlation breaking down to 68.05%. Spread's getting pretty wide here, and VX is hitting, or getting really close to its low since like May. So definitely still a lot of vol shorting, and it's coming in further out now, which is more stable, but it also cranks up Vega exposure on the market makers, which we talked about earlier. Fed fund futures pricing out a few points in mid 2026, pricing out a little bit in Jan. The SEP contract really not doing much. And the bear steepener back at 50%. Out here, this is a bit of a breakout above the upward consolidation. If this holds overnight, if we get rejected, this is kind of like my pie in the sky level, 63.55. Looks like we came kind of close to that. It was a couple dollars off. If we reject off that, obviously we'd be looking for a gap fill back to the downside to confirm a breakdown. Continuation of the upside, the next level I have marked is like 64.36. I guess there's some trend resistance out here, but I think that's more like on the monthly. And yeah, that's probably about it. Looks like tech services didn't do too great, but lots of money back into finance. Health services and producer manufacturing are picking up a ton of interest. GE up like 15%. Obviously a big beneficiary of international tariffs. So yeah, that's what I got. Google did a oof. Nice. Now how about Tesla? Tesla just like up $1 in after hours. Check the earnings for us for Google. Yeah, I can do that. Looks like sales 96.43 billion, estimated 93.94, so that beat. EPS beat. It's got to be CapEx or something. Ooh, yeah, nasty. Increased CapEx for 2025 to 85 billion. So I guess those beats don't matter too much. Cloud revenue was 13.62, ads 71.34, search 54, operating margin 32%, net income 28.2 billion. AI ain't cheap, but it doesn't make money. Yeah. I mean, it makes money for anybody selling it. Or, well, selling the equipment to create it. Anyway. I think it might be a minute before we get Tesla earnings, so I'll post them in Discord if I see them. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?